Well, greetings, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. I hope it's going good. It's me, Kevin C, here at Action Pants Gaming. And today, I'm going to show you step by step how to do something like this. And we're gonna hold off for a minute or two. We're just wait for some people to show up. But we are going to do this step by step. And I will show you how to build the new version of the Sci-Fi Kaleidoscope. Now, I know a lot of you have been watching me do this, and you have seen this, but I don't know if you have seen it, necessarily step by step, but you do know the basic process. I am still figuring this out. I am still learning this myself. So we're going to be trying to figure out, things as we go, but the basis of this will remain the same. The idea, the concept, and what I've noticed at this point, what, gets this to work for me. And I'm hoping that if I put this out as a tutorial and people make these, if they find an interest in it, then they will discover new things and try new things and look at it in a different way. And, hopefully we will get more ideas and different effects and etc., etc. Now, like anything in a game, there are some limitations, especially on PlayStation, console, but we'll get into that in a little bit. We are going to start, step by step. So we are going to start by, creating a circle in the whole nine. But we'll get into that afterwards as well. It doesn't always have to be a circle. It just helps. It should be a circular shape at least. But we will tackle a lot of that as we go. And we're just going to hang out just for a few more minutes to see if Katrine is streaming at the moment. But she was getting hungry and I was watching, and I shamelessly did some self-promoting. But I just wanted to let her know, and, because I know that she was interested, and I saw Zoo's name in there. And I know Zoo was interested as well. So I thought, what better time, since I had no jobs today at work, which means I have no work. So I came home and I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? And then somebody had mentioned, like, hey, are you going to do a tutorial on these? And I said, you know what? I've got some time. Let's do something. And we got Joe. What's going on? Keys to Funk. We got the Katrine raid incoming. Awesome. Rev, what's going on? How you doing? Old Explorer, how are you there? How you doing? Wolfie, good morning. Thank you, Katrine. You did not have to raid. I just was, it's a live tutorial. People will probably go and watch it non-live. But, and Wolfie, did I say hi to Wolfie? I did. All right, so we'll just hang out for a minute more, and then we'll get this whole process started. And we'll do, something. It's basically just going to kind of give you the basic ideas and the concepts. And, most of you have already seen a lot of this, so a lot of it will not be new to you. But, I do want to, Katrine, welcome. I'm still working on this one, but, this kind of gives you the idea. This is the Kaleidoscope R&D area. And as we notice here, we're going to get different focal lengths, different effects as we move out. So we kind of need to talk a little bit about some of this stuff first. So this is going to be a lengthy tutorial. Grab your favorite beverage. Grab some of your nip if you imbibe. And let's get on with this. All right. Oh, and hey, DG, welcome. All right. So basically, I'm going to go run through this a little bit. If you know the old style kaleidoscope and what we used to do with those, it was neat, but it wasn't really a kaleidoscope. It had some effects in the early ones, and then they kind of got, went out into different directions and kind of became this sort of an engine-y thing. Now, with the new base terminus animation, I noticed one day with my city that, hey, it looks kind of different. Somebody had pointed it out, they had changed it, and I was like, well, all right, let's go mess with this. And, but what the problem I noticed was the fog effect. All right, now here, it never truly goes away, but you can make it go away enough to do this effect that we got going on, right? Where it's not clouding everything. So that was the key. The trick was to get rid of that foggy, nature, so that you could, when you're looking through the back, and when you're looking through it in general, because when you build one, and we should go somewhere where I can start fresh, but I know I have an EM field here. And as you get close, that fog effect is not there in your way. All right, so if you build one of these solely, then you're going to get that cloudy effect, and you won't be able to get the neat stuff. So what I discovered by a lot of trial and error, was that you had to do a few things. Yeah, my brain frog, on the other hand, is definitely Joe. This one, yeah, at least. But the basic concept is, that turned into, we already changed it, and then we just decided to start doing other crazy things, right? So, all right, so we're going to start with our basics. To make one of these, you need a circle or a circular shape. And again, I'm still figuring a lot of this out, but the basics, much like the old kaleidoscope, will always kind of remain the same. If you have legacy parts, I highly, highly recommend legacy flooring. This will be your backdrop. Legacy flooring is going to provide you with much better backdrop. If you have them. If you don't, well, then you'll have to suffer with not. Any will work, and it isn't entirely necessary to have floors. You could use walls. Anything is a backdrop, though, because you're going to need to start adding things to it in order to start bringing it into, getting your animation moving. So, with all that said, let's get rolling here. All right, legacy floor. We're going to make a circle. And what I'm going to do here is I'm not going to do the PC version. What I mean by the PC version is the having the awesome extra sized wire, which is the 5x wire. On console, we can only go 3x with our part size. We're on PC. Oh, come on. They can do 5x. So let's try and get our circle going here, which it doesn't seem to want to for some bizarre reason. The glitch timing is going to make this a bit of a pain, okay, just so that you're aware. Now, however you make your circle, if you use the biodome method, if you use the method I'm using here, it doesn't matter. And also there are other ways to do some of the setup, but I'm going to show you the way that I do it. And then hopefully other people will start coming up with other cool ways to do stuff. And we'll see some different versions. Okay, so what I did, is I started by, paving a block, brought the block out, got a rough height of where I want the center of it to be by measuring one, and we'll get into that in a second. We're just going to get our circle done. So, boom. And again, I highly recommend these, the legacy floors, and these specifically. And the reason being is there's so much reference marking on here, you can get a whole lot of stuff done. But if you don't, again, not a huge deal, but it is preferable. All right, what we're going to do here is we're going to make ourselves a 32, if my math is correct. And you also want to try and find a dark environment if possible. And also, don't try to build one of these multiplayer, or you will go absolutely insane as your parts are disappearing and you need every bit of your scaffold. And then if you start doubling up, that becomes issues and blah, blah, blah. So it's very difficult, you don't want to do too much of this in multiplayer. All right, now that we got our circle, let's get all the color to the way it should be. For a number of reasons. One, consistency is important. Two, that flashing gets a little bit annoying. All right, for your base, I would recommend black. You want a dark contrast. This is your background, so you're going to want a dark contrast. And you're going to be changing colors a bit, back and forth. All right, and we'll get into some other little variants afterwards. At this point, I would save. Now you have your circle. All right. Take care, old OE. All right, now you're going to grab a pava. And you need minimal of 8 for this next part. And I usually just do this. I usually just do the standard. But there are a couple of different ways to do this. It's just pattern related at that point. Okay? So what I'm going to do here is explain that a little bit. So the next step, what we're doing is we're canceling the fog effect. All right, this is the step that is kind of the most important. And there's a few versions of this. This is going to be a really long tutorial. Like I said, strap in. Because there's a lot to these. There really is. And again, I'm just figuring these out myself. So, in order to cancel that fog effect, we need a minimum of 8 base terminus. All right. So, if I take a base terminus right now, and I enlarge it by 3 times, and we'll get into enlarging the wire after, and we just place this, we're going to get that fog effect. All right. So now I noticed as I was looking here that all this craziness was going on, but that fog was killing everything. So I was like, all right, well, what if I just jam a bunch of them together? Would that help? And sure enough, it did. So now that you have your circle, Yeah, exactly, Joe. And we've taken our paver and we've gone in the what I call the cardinal, directions, your compass directions, north, east, south, and west, and then your northeast, blah blah blah. All right, southeast, southwest, all that east. Okay. Now that you have that, you're going to switch these to a cube. All right. Using universal adjacency, we're going to swap these over to cubes. Or we're going to try to. Again, one of the reasons I do these live, aside from the fact that I'm horrible at editing and all that fun stuff, and although these recently I've had time, but it's not always the case. I like to show the struggles that you also will encounter. Because you will, especially with this new save mechanic, and we'll get into that as well. Okay, you're pretty much at every step here. You're going to want to do a restore point, all right? But being very, very careful later on. All right, once you have this, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to put a holder on the back side of it, because this kind of stuff is going to come in later. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to need 8 base terminus here in order to cancel the fog effect out. So the issue now becomes when you go to put these in, directionality, facing forward or back. So you're going to take a pyramid, you're going to go onto the interior of this circle. You're going to create that. At this point, it's going to be a question of pattern, where your pattern is going to end up for this central part. You can bring it in a little bit, you can cross over, you can get really crazy with this. And actually for now, we aren't going to, because we're going to do something else. So, you're going to line the interior. You're now going to switch universal adjacency from pyramid to paver. See, if glitch timing wasn't such an issue these days, this would take a lot quicker. But for some reason, it has changed. Okay, so now that we've lined our interior, now we can start putting in our 8 base teleporters. All right. So you're going to now hold these in the back. I got ahead of myself earlier. So you're going to put a holder there. So that way you can... Did that go through? Oh, whatever. So that way you can rotate this, okay? So once you have that, I would recommend another restore point. Now you have your base teleport module. We're going to now universal adjacency this with the paver and see how we're going to need to rotate, okay? So I can tell you now that when you're looking at the snap point, if it is a full circle to you, that is the direction that you are going to want your 50-50 chance. All right, so actually I'm going to replace that one all together just so we can start fresh. There we go. So now when we look at this and I move it, it starts flat. All right. So now we're going to grab our base terminus. We're going to do our universal adjacency. If you don't know how to do that, Beeblebum has tutorials that will explain it, but it's pretty simple. It's just your triangle and build in conjunction on PlayStation. So I got a 50-50 chance. It's either going to be forwards or back. Hey, we got forward. And don't, don't stress, because you're going to be doing a lot of, back and forth, all right? This is why you put the holder in the back side. So now I know that that one, I got to turn. And you'll figure out which one will be the direction you need it to be in and all that. Oh, something happened there. But you pretty much have a 50-50 chance. Alright, so that went in backwards, so now I know. I'm going to copy that. And if it goes in sideways, and what I just did was I knew that if I hit the right bumper, it was going to put me in the right direction. Here I know it's going to be backwards, so I'm going to go 1, 2, and now it's in the right way. 1, 2. One, two. Now I'm going to go. All right. If you miss it at that point, just start fresh. Again, this is why you put the holders in the back. There we go. So you should have something like this at this point. And if you notice, we have canceled out the fog effect. Walter Judd, welcome. Pete, welcome. Never tell me the odds, kid. And as you notice, we've got this nice, and if you have old ones of these, you'll probably see this already if you have mixed any of these already together. Now, changing the color of these base terminus will do some other things. Color and lighting in these are very important. And now if you notice, we change the color. Now we've got that yellow that's in there mixing around. See how the yellow from the base terminus is now highlighted? Contrast, very important with this. All right. So you should have this kind of thing going on right now. And as we back up, the center on these just by themselves works really well. You can get far back. The fog effect does not come into play. And, you know, you can get pretty close, you know, close as you need to get, really. You don't really need to be any closer than that. And then the fog effect will return. You know, if you come at an angle, it changes. So these things you'll notice, you know, as you're moving your camera around. All right, just to be on the safe side, we're going to save it one more time. Now, we're going to extend our floors. I should be doing this the way I always do it. Sorry, I confused myself. All right, you're going to extend your floors out. Now you're going to move these to the back side for now. And you're just doing this for later. I mean, you could just do it off of the paver, yes, but then you have to go through your whole universal adjacency again. And why would you want to do that? And these are things that I've learned along the way of doing this, that I wished I had had a setup, already in place. Because once you, put in your base terminus, if you have certain things in there, you'll get a cascade deletion. And this is why you're saving constantly at certain areas. You're always checking, you're always making sure, you know, whatever you've done is done. All right. And you're adding all of this in. To then do the next step, okay? Which is even less fun. So, now you're going to want to measure. You're going to want to see where the center of your 3 times, your enlarged base terminus, is going to be, so that when you have your viewing window and potentially a backdrop one, you're centered here. All right, so we're going to enlarge our next base terminus. We're going to try and center it to this whole center of this, because the outside of the terminus, or the base teleporter rather, excuse me, I don't know why I keep saying terminus, because I think that's what it used to be called. The base teleporter is where all the action happens. All right, again, you're never going to fully get rid of that fog effect, but enough so that you can use it, the other effects. All right, now we're going to do a quick measure, just kind of roughly, because we're going to have to kind of finagle a bit of this. And this is why I do these live, because it's hard to edit the finagling bits. All right. Now, we're only allowed one of these at a time. So at this point, you know, we're... oh, and I'm missing a floor there. You know, we're just kind of getting an idea of how much higher we want this. Now, we could rough put that in, and this is why I'm saying constantly check. Constantly check. All right, so we know we need to be about here with the base of it. So, now we're going to line this whole circle, yay, with pavers. And again, I would start with your kind of cardinal directions. And then that way you can kind of count, get your middle points. And don't get too nutty here, just get a few of them set. You'll get into this later. Right now, what we're concerned about is our base, right? Where we're going to drop in our viewing portal and where we're going to put in, you know, our other one, okay? Sam, what's going on? Happy New Year to you as well. So for now, we're just going to do this one. This is the one that's important. All right, this is going to be our scaffold for our viewing area. There's a lot to these, or there can be, definitely. So we're going to universal adjacency a block. We're going to start by just having that there. Now, it gets a little finicky or fumbly, or I'll find the right word. But for now, again, we're just trying to find our height. So we know we need to be about here. It's more than likely going to be a paver height up, but we're going to make a dry run. And I am doing this so that anyone on console can do a version. If you have a friend on PC, get a 5x wire. So, this is a 3x wire. And if you don't know how to make one, I will remake it just to show you. Looking at your electrical connector when putting this in, the front of your base teleporter is the nub, the little wire connection. The back of it is looking at the connection point, or what I used to call the nub, or the pencil point on the inside. So that's your center, and your front and back. So I'm going to just pop this in real quick, not caring about, if it's flat or not. If you don't know how to make an enlarged wire, I'm sure there's a tutorial out there for that. But again, not very difficult. Alright, now I'm going to take a look, and it looks like about either a paver or a half paver. I'm going to go with a paver height, and that should center us. And I kind of thought it was going to be a paver height. But as you'll notice, we have also lost the fog effect from the large one. And here you can do some interesting things without doing the viewing window. There are different versions of this based on all of this basic technique. Hey, Wolf. Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. Alright, so we're going to add a paver to that. Yeah, the universal glitch timing is way off. And after a while, you'll just have enough parts hanging around where you can just grab them from somewhere else near you. There we go. Thank you. All right. We're going to go a paver height. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm being an idiot. My apologies. So we're going to bring that block up. And the nice thing about the new version is you can leave that paver there. But what I do is I usually extend this back just so I have it. But you can just leave it there, which is awesome. So then you're going to bring that block up a half step. Right? So there's our, oops. Shoot. Sorry. My fault. There we go. So there's our half step up. So using that block, I can remove that one. And now we see we've got our normal height and we've got our half height. Alright. So if I take this block, and then I take this block, you can see, bump, bump. Alright. So now we're going to do another dry run. And right now we don't care about how flat it is. We will tether it in later. Right now we're just trying to get it centered enough so we can see the height. The left and right will compensate with later. So then we take a look. That looks pretty top to bottom. And what I use for my reference for that is this section here. And that looks pretty good. And right away, you have an effect. This in itself is pretty neat. You know, you could just do that and have yourself something kind of cool. And I think, yeah, you can still access it. All right, at this point. So that's pretty much the most important part. Then why is this tutorial going to be 4 hours long? Well, because it gets crazier after this. So again, just make sure that you got a good center. This looks pretty good. I'd be happy enough with that. All right. Bang. Now we're going to remove that. So now we know we have a good height for our window. Our viewing window. So now we'll take this half step block and we're going to carry it back. And I usually at this point change its color to discern between them. You're going to want to keep it, you know, the one you're using for any sort of reference, you want to keep light in color unless you have lighting on it, just for usage. And then what I do is I carry this back. So I'm going to bring that back. I'm going to bring the block back. I'm going to delete that block, put that block in the back. So now I can get rid of this right here. All right. So you should have something now that looks something like this, depending on your floors, the spacing you chose for this. You don't want to go too far out with these because then you're left with an open center. You don't want the open center if you can help it. All right, now we're going to save. We're going to look first with the new save mechanic. You're going to make sure that all your parts are there and everything looks like it should before you go and do a restore point. Alright, now we're going to test and do a dry run of the viewing window. So for the viewing window, we want to reverse the connector so that we're looking at the back of it. And we'll get into positioning about it later. Damn it. Later, when you have your tether set up, this becomes less frustrating. Alright, and again, I don't really care if it's perfect right now because we're just testing it. Just testing distance right now. So, now that we have those 8 in the way, we have lost the fog effect, and now, with the viewing window, we've gained a new effect. Alright? Just by changing our focal length, moving in, you're going to see all of this change. Not running power to the teleporter. Do you have power enabled on creative? I do, DG, yes. Don't be fooled by the blocks that he's got. He's still Kevin from the block. Now, I'm doing a 3-time size just because I want to make something that everyone, is capable of doing. Now, the further I take this, I may have been a little overzealous earlier. We don't really need that. We have it in the back now. Okay, but I held it there just in case. And now if I bring this back a little further, and this is again why I did this live tutorial. There's so much little bits and pieces to this thing. This should be a 20-part tutorial. If you want to kind of, again, we'll tether this later and get it. So if I bring this further back and we look through it, now see where the effect is happening? See how we're taking more of that, of those lines in the background, and we're affecting it? But notice how the center always sort of stays static, right? But now as I get closer, there's a small draw of effect on the edge, and if we look, out on those outer bits, then it starts to change where you see the effect, all right? And we're just going to use floors for now. So what I'll do is I'll extend these floors out. Come on. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Where's a block? Where's a block? There's a block. And these actually, yeah, we'll keep them here, because most of what we're going to see is right here. So focal length starts taking effect and what you want to see. And these you are going to have to put in later as well. I'm just going to put these set in now. universal adjacency. Okay, so now I can add my floors in without having them get altered. Alright, and again, I usually just, so I don't get lost and confused. Did I miss one? I did. I start with my compass directions and then just fill in from there. Now, the more condensed the kaleidoscope, the less likely you're going to need to do all of these angles, but it's just best to keep consistency and symmetry. So that you have all your angles covered. You may not use them all. If you have a 5 times wire, you're more likely to. Okay, so now that's at full bonk, what I call the head bonk, at full, you know, when you're as close as it to the collision bubble as you can get, and I wish this is why we had the other camera in this. This is where the effect is, on the outer ring, okay? You see how it's drawing in. As I pull the focal length out, that changes. Alright, now is when you want to start adding in whatever parts you can. Things I've noticed, and we're going to do just some light now, just see what happens just with simple lighting. Now we know our effect is mainly here, in this area. So what if we take this lighting and I'm just doing this quick just to show you what I mean. And now and now we miss our glitch. Until you're 100% certain of where you're going to be with everything, then you start running your tethers. And that way you'll get nice and flat, because when you have an angle on this, it does change things. Alright, so now, see the lights. See how we've changed and put that effect into there. And now we look and go, okay, so it kind of, that effect, depending on where you're looking to, has an effect on the effect. So, what I usually do at this point is, I'll take some short walls, I'll stack them up here. Take a floor. find a place where I can, you know, be standing in front of this. And be relatively centered. So you can see the effect happening in its entirety. You know, you get a full view of what you want. Alright, now it's just a question of adding in the parts. Every part will have an effect. Whether it's a good effect or not is only to be determined by trial and error. All right? And there is a ton of trial and error with this. So we're going to try and do one simple one just based off of stuff that I already know how to do. And again, your focal length on your base terminus is going to determine a lot of where the animations happen. So you want to play with different, you know, different positions to see where where your animations are grabbing the parts. See, if I bring this out too far, I have to get in really close for the animation to happen. But I grab more of the background. See how now we're closer to the center where there's animations happening. Hold on one second, sorry. My phone is going beep, 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 beep. There we go. And as you change, you see how we're dragging in more of the center into the animation. If we bring this closer, shoot. Yeah, let's see if I can't get it this way. Nope. Alright, if we bring it a little closer, we'll use this as our tether, actually. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I swear this game sometimes. It's not going to be centered. My tether is not centered. I mean, you can bring it all the way to the wall, really. This is where it gets fiddly. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Come on. You're kidding me. Alright, back out. Try it again. This is why I do these live, because these will take time. And you need to know that. Alright, there we go. So now we're closer. And when we get here, now we're getting all of that right there. But as we back away, there's where your effect happens. Start getting a little further back. The effect changes. Further back. You just get a little bit on the outer edge here. You can see just a tad. Doesn't really affect it too much. And then bam. Alright, and now everything you add into here is gonna do something. Now, things with light always work really well. But you got to be careful. It gets too bright and then everything kind of washes out. The pipes seem to have a really great effect. I like those quite a bit. And it really, at this point, becomes your imagination and trial and error. The main thing I wanted to get across with this, live tutorial, if you will, is getting rid of the fog effect, the focal length, and there's going to be a couple other things that I want to stress. So now, we see that kind of bluey effect from the pipes, but what you have to see is you're going to see some, the pipes as well in the center, because the center always stays static. Now, here's the other point I want to make. Ambient light makes a huge difference. All of the color and whatnot from your ambient surroundings will wash into everything you're doing in here. That's why you have this sort of washed effect when you bring your focal point back. It's just taking a lot of the color. Joby, welcome. So when you encase them, now what you're getting is you're just getting, that dark environment that you've created and, the lighting that you've put in. You're not getting, a pink hue or, a different hue. You may want to. It may look good, but it gets a little washed out. So what you're going to do is you're going to surround it using your setup. So anything you pretty much add will take effect. Alright, so the next thing I usually do aside from save is now I would take and do a full circle of blocks, covering all of your angles. For a 3x1, I would probably just do the ones that we're looking at here, and then this one here. You wouldn't really need to worry about that one and that one, because you don't have enough room. It's going to get really congested at that point. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the outer bit. And I put that in so I could test and see what was going to go on. We are going to have that background later. I was trying to cut out some of the ambient light so that we could see. Now this we're going to get out of our way, because we know that we have, you know, our right height for it. I've set up a tether. So now the next step is adding in all of your parts. And that is really trial and error. Some things I've noticed work better than others. Cocopelli Bob, what is going on? Happy New Year. But the basics of what I was trying to come across with these and really get out there was, you know, how to get rid of that fog effect. And the focal distance makes a huge impact on where things go, you know, to cover your animations. But without getting rid of that fog effect, you would have no animations. But this should be more than enough coverage to get something neat going on. If you add in this other one, I have a feeling it would get really congested. And for time, we're going to pass by it. Now you've got all these prepped and ready to go. What we're going to do now is we're going to create, because we know that really what we're seeing in here is just this inner circle on a 3 times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get our case built. And this is going to help a lot cutting out the ambient light. It's also going to be how you can add in parts, stay symmetrical, and have, you know, a really good amount of flexibility of, you know, adding in your parts. You can move things back and forth. You can turn things with this block setup. I use it a lot for a number of different things. So you've got that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to save. Actually, I'm going to now replace this with flooring. Actually, my fault. What I would do, actually, is I would turn all this black, so you don't have to do it again. You don't have to use black, but the heavy contrast really helps with everything else. It really highlights everything. Because once you start getting light in there, if your panels and everything are too light, you end up again washed out. You have too much of a shock and awe. Welcome. Howdy, chatting, Kev. Hey, quick question. You got my... I did. Thank you, Joby. I thought I told you that during stream. It really helped out, by the way. Yeah, I need to start looking for a new job if I don't start getting hours. I'm supposed to be working today, but I had no jobs. And one other person was working, had light work, and already had a helper. So, you know, we had one other installer and myself, and I had no job on my board today. So, you know, what am I going to do? Sit around there doing nothing? So I said, you know what? Let's show people how to make one of these new kaleidoscopy things. All right, let's get back to work. So what I'm doing now is just I'm making the case. I'm making a case. And the nice thing about it is it's not difficult. It's just a lot of universal adjacency. And if you do this ahead of time, you know the parameters you have to work in. And it really helps kind of keep everything tracked in. Helps that the glitch timing would be back the way it used to be. And much like the original kaleidoscope design, every one you make, even if you're doing the exact same technique, for some reason, I could never get a repeat. Like I would make, there would always be one thing that was just different enough. All right, so we've got the beginnings of a case made. Save. Now, you don't want to do a full extension of this yet because you need to be able to kind of get in here and do stuff, but this will kind of help, you know, give you a rough gauge. All right, now, if I haven't confused you enough, there are essentially two versions of this, in a way. Three. Jesus. It really depends on the effect you're going for and what you want to do with it, how you want to manipulate it. There are actually multiple ways to do this and multiple effects, as we've seen. And since this is live tutorial, and I should have put and other stuff, you guys have already seen like the vertical version I made and how that, you know, changes. But what this is really all about is just getting rid of the fog effect. And this is what it does. This is what it needs to be done. 8. 8 is the magic number. 8 of these, and you can do this. And then you can face it, you know, the proper way. You can even, if you wanted to, I think, if I remember correctly, you can even, let's face it forward for ha-has. Actually, let's just do it like that. So if we were looking at it, instead of normally, we'd look through the back of it from this direction, right, to pull that effect. Ah, damn it. Now we're going to turn it around so we're looking at it normal. But because we have the 8 of those behind it, for some reason, it cancels that fog effect going this way. Yes, it will come back under certain conditions. But normally that would just be there, right? So if you just want to cancel the fog effect, you could simply, do what we did there and not add anything else. Looking through it this direction, you don't really see as much, but again, a lot of this is still in the experimental stages. All right, let's move forward. Any questions at this point? Let me take a minute. Open the floor to questions. Not yet. I can't on this save. I can't do the cache pin. This is a corrupt save. There's some stuff going on with that. Yeah. Trust me, Joby, I know. And Joby, again, I thank you so much for that. And happy, hope you had a good holiday with the first holiday with the new one. Oh, that must have been great. But now this is a 5-time. So I get more effect. I get more of a window to look through. Right? Can I start over? All right. Well, let me do a refresh. Okay. So just a refresh, and that'll give me some time to nip. We started with a circle, a 32, right, vertically. Then from that circle, the first layer, okay, this first layer, we added pavers, switched it to cubes. The cubes would have been here at that point. Then we lined the interior with pyramids off of those cubes, off of this cube set here, okay, which would be here at this point. Line those with pyramids, change the pyramids to pavers, connected pavers at the back to hold those in position so that we could rotate the paver here to get these to face the proper direction. Once these are in place, we add the outer circle here as our backdrop, which you can use any flooring, but I prefer the Legacy, and that's why, even though the save is corrupt, I will continue to use it. I might switch my other normal save, not my Legacy save, but my normal save to creative, just so I can keep the parts. Once you have your outer floor, you're going to line it with blocks. You don't have to do every one. Then from there, you switch to lining this interior with pyramids to switch in universal adjacency to a floor, which will then eventually become your kind of viewing tunnel. 3 floors is pretty good distance. Found that to be kind of the best focal range, is kind of a 3-floor range, but you can play with the distance. Oh, nice, Joby. Yeah, we haven't chatted in a long time, bro. Yeah, or hung out. I'd love for you to see these in person, man. and see what you're working on as well. All right, back to the tutorial lead part. Okay, so now we have this. Now, again, it's a lot of trial and error, but the nice thing about this trial and error is you're kind of already set up for anything you need to do, universal adjacency wise. You can hand place in, you can, there's so many options that it's really not funny. It's kind of, in fact, kind of scary. And I haven't even begun to really play. I'm just like using things I know are going to, do something without too much effort. All right, what I like to use a lot for this is the signal booster. The signal booster creates the coolest effect for this. Now, normally when building a signal booster, the minute you build it, you're kicked out of build camera. And that's a drag. But if you line the area that you're working and universal adjacency them in, it does not. And that's super fun. Less of an issue. So, I would not do every one. I would probably do every other. And for these, for me anyway, I do not like the beam crossing into the center. So you're going to have to kind of play a little bit with position. You may need to raise the block, like this one. Nope, perfect. All right, but you know what? I don't want that there. I want to go through here on this angle instead of the north and south. We're going to use the, our straight up and down angles for something different. So we get rid of that. And then just make, here's another thing with universal adjacency. That's perfect actually. Let's go to the back. Watch out for the base computer. It defaults to the base computer, as most of you know. Be very careful when doing this universal adjacency because it reverts right back to the base computer, so be careful. You can just go up to it and you should be able to delete it, but I believe you can go into it and delete that. I don't know. Be very careful. So I'm going to copy, and I'm going to go every other one. Universal adjacency. And here now would be the time if you wanted to change the casing color. You change the color of your part that you're trying to universal adjacency. Come on. All right. When that happens, back out. Start fresh. Now I usually do in every other pattern with this so it doesn't get too mixed in. It doesn't get too orange. And the effect doesn't overlap, especially on a 3-time wire where you're limited with your space, your viewing platform. But you could also use other things. All right, so now you have that. Now, what this effect tends to do is it tends to catch the light. So we're going to see this little bit in here, and this is going to start swirling around, and these are going to be funky. But notice how we have this nice, simple pattern just by the lighting. And everything, again, is all about shutting down the fog effect. Once that fog effect is gone, the game is on. All right, so now we're going to do a dry run. We're going to save, again, even though I know I just did it. I don't trust this game anymore. And we're going to drop in. Let's go here. I gotta remember, I probably have to be closer because it's a smaller. I highly recommend, grabbing somebody on PC. But from that distance, now we get that, which is freaking cool. And notice how it's grabbing even all, see how we've lit things? See the pyramid is lit in a certain way, and I bet you if I just go light that pyramid, let's go throw some blue light in that pyramid, right? Behind that pyramid. Let's do, where are you, blue? All right. Now okay, if I just did that light there, now we're going to see, as we come in, see the effect on the right there? How it's taking that little bit, boom, bringing that bit of light in there. Right there. All right, now if I throw the pyramid back on it, now that pyramid is now being lit, and at a certain range, it's harder to see, it's not as much as I thought. But you see what I'm saying. It's just the lighting can affect. And now, if we close this off, how much of a difference is that? It's all perfect. And cut out the ambient light. Come on. And we're going to be adding in different things are going to start being lit by adding in these floor panels on the sides. It's a freaking pain, I'll tell you what, sometimes. There we go. Let's get rid of that ambient light. much as we can anyway. I'm used to building for a 5 time. Darn you. Oh, important tip number whatever. The color of your base terminus will also affect how you're seeing things. That does take effect. Alright, so then let's go with this. Not that. Where are you? That. And then we can draw that out a little bit later. Alright, so. And then, like everything else, I'm going to change the color. Oh, it already is. Right on. Yeah, this is always fun. No, not that direction. This direction, please. Come on, I see you. I see you. You're right. Oh, I had it. I had it, and I moved. Oh my God, I'll change camera angle. There it is. Okay. So now when we look in there, since we blocked out all of the interior ambient light, we're still getting exterior, but now look at all the effect we're getting. See everything now? Now we're seeing, you know, the dot, you know, the heavy concentration of that light there. And now what I would do from this point is extend these again. I would extend it out, you know, so that, you know, you're not getting this ambient light, much like in here. So now see how we've got no, you know, no heavy ambient light. We're able to just see what we want. Whereas here, when it gets bright, it's distracting, you know. It's too bright. But we've got a nice pattern from distance. You're actually, because this is a 3 time, we're actually starting to pull in the center. I probably built this one in the wrong spot, but maybe not. And there is a point where you kind of run into the collision bubble. 3-time, you could walk right up to it. That's a nice thing about the 3-time one. So there you have it. Now, see all of that? And that's just simple, basic stuff. Right on, Keith. I actually have a real question. What are the advantages, disadvantages of using pavers versus light floors? None. Purely what you're comfortable with. What I prefer about the paver, the pattern is different with light floors. So there's no good or bad. It's just a question of pattern at that point, how you make your circle. But what I prefer about the pavers, one, it's just old school for me. Pipe to paver. That's an old. You're an old glitcher if you know what pipe to paver is all about. And like I can do a half step in with this paver pretty simply, and then now I have a paver there as well, which I can use to rotate. Just simply by adding another paver to the side as a holder, now I can rotate that part. I can, put a part in at an angle, a different direction. I can go from the side of the block, the top, all 8 sides of it. You know what I mean? So for me, it's just kind of an old school thing. But the original kaleidoscopes, my setup was actually light floors. But for those particular kaleidoscopes, it seemed to be beneficial to do that. It just seemed to work. The setup seemed to work for that much better. All right, now we're seeing light bits of the floor detail in there. All right, we're seeing the tips of the pyramids, and now you kind of go, okay, there's that. And that's, we still get cool stuff going on the outer bit, right? But now, if you want to be even crazier, you can take that, grab that, come to the back side, turn it around, because actually we'll tether that right in, because it's the same height, right? So we're going to tether this in, and this is a 3-timer. The effect bubble is a little bit different. It's a little smaller. So we'll come to the first one, the edge right here, drop that in, and now we had that static center, but now we'll pull that back a little bit further. All right, we got a little, I don't want to see the ring of that. So we know we got to come back a little bit more. Oh, here's a good time to explain this. If you do want those lights in there, notice the color of the base teleporter. It is very heavy. It is lit. You are going to get a wash of whatever color you're using. So, a good idea to keep it black, again, to support the contrast. But see, black and yellow now, but see, there's enough contrast there where, that's making a cool effect. We could even change that to blue, perhaps. Let's try a blue color, see what happens. And this is what I mean earlier by, what gives me, that give me a blue. No, that gives me mostly red. And the blue and orange. Let's go blue and orange, yeah. There we go. But notice the color of the blue doesn't really, so the orange is the more dominant. The orange is going to take precedence. So if we want something that has, you know, a blue highlight, we don't really have much of a choice. What's this do? Ugh, no. So anyway, I don't put it there, but you see what I'm doing. I'm adding in some effect to the center. So the center isn't necessarily static. It gives, you know, it gives you the opportunity to, you know, to create a little bit more if you want a little bit more, but you don't have to. You can also change that simply by moving this focal length here. You know, as I back out, and you can use that and concentrate on those areas. You're like, okay, I want to see an effect, you know, at this point, you know, when I'm looking at it, you know, that's where I want it to be. Or, you know, but that's what's cool about these as well is as you move and where you put this, you're going to get different things. So just by walking away from this, we're changing where the animations hit, which is changing our pattern, changing what's going on, etc., etc. But again, it's all about getting rid of the fog effect, and that's as close as I can get here. So now if I start adding light in here, we're going to start seeing different elements happen. All right. So say, let's put something in here, okay, which is now in line with this electrical connector. All right. So let's take a look at our parts. Now, unfortunately, certain things will have to be turned on in order to be used. But here, if we now take this wire, which we know that I've got my power on, and if I plug that in, we now have that blue line, right? That's going to add in another effect. So if we just switch this, and I could bring this part in further. Actually, let's do that. Let's get rid of that wire for now. Let's add in a block or a paver. It doesn't, yeah, I would do a paver here. So you could start doing rotations, right? So we got our paver. You want to think about what, you know, what's going to get caught in the animation. You know, where do you want things? So, or we could simply add in a pipe, and that would get you a blue effect too, but I've done that before, so I'm trying to do something a little different. You can add in pipes super easy and get a whole other effect, and, you know, but this is what I mean. It's all about, you know, some experimentation. You know what? That. And the nice thing about having the blocks here is, you know, it's with the electrical symbols, especially nowadays, you can't tell where the hell things are. You know, I never know what direction they're going in anymore. Everything seems to be facing the same direction. Oh, why did I just do that? I'm an idiot. Oh, you know what? Screw it. It doesn't really matter. We can actually figure all that out later. So what I try to say is you want to alternate your colors or your lighting, your negative space. Make sure you've got a sense of symmetry with what you're doing. Okay, so now we just added in those solar panels, and look at that. Look at just that little bit. Now, as we break away from it, we're going to lose that. But when you're standing in front of it, it's pretty killer. And what's really nice about having those solar panels in there, you're going to get 2 different times a day. You have new glitch points facing in. So you could do all kinds of things. Downside though, yeah, it doesn't matter. Those just open and close due to whatever. Okay, so now we're going to add in a powered wire to get some, a little bit of blue line. See if we can't get that blue and that orange color to mix in together, as it swirls around. And you could cross them over, and, it's all experimentation. Again, to repeat myself, because it is important. Yeah, so now we get a little bit of that blue mixing in with that. As we back up, we invite more of that blue in there. Subtle, but there. We could hand place in a thicker wire. I find that, any like thinly lit, where it's just catching like the edges of things, is really kind of, what creates the more dynamic effects. So now, what I would do at this point is I would start messing with focal length. Like bring it in a little bit closer maybe, so that, or bring it out a little bit so that we're seeing, more of this, just trying different things to see what it will do. Oh, actually, let's make that even. There we go. So try bringing this in a little bit. And at least with the tether, you're not going to be all twisted around, as opposed to just manually putting in, with the wire nub by itself. You're almost guaranteed to be twisted that way. I mean, I'm a pretty patient guy, but getting these things to be flush by eye is very difficult when it's just the wire connection without tethering it first. Alright, so we'll bring that in a little bit closer. Yeah, see, now we're getting a little bit more of that blue mixture, right? From a distance where we can get closer, because now I've brought that animation in closer to everything. So this is actually a really good spot right here. We're going to change the color of that because we glitched it in. We'll bring our floor up to it so we can walk up to it again. So now, see, as we're standing closer, Now we're picking up a little bit more of the solar panels. We walk away, the blue is actually highlighted more, and we could highlight it more just by adding in light. And now we can get all crazy again. Take that. We know our connection for that, is in here. Where is it? Right there. We can drag that across. We have the same height here. We put that in the free placement. We're going to bring that further back because we don't want the lights to shine through. So I'm going to come back to like, let's say here. Perfect. So now, should I could go back a little bit more. Yep, we're going to bring that back a little bit more. And you want to test and know where your stuff is, because later you may put things in here that will cascade delete. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to save, because I haven't saved in a little bit. All right. Hey, welcome to my... All right, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, bringing that back. All right, now I'll take it all the way back to this area here. All right, now the solar panels just moved, so now we're gonna get some sort of different, slightly different pattern, I would imagine. Right? If I can get that to work for me. Ah! It's so frustrating sometimes. It really, really is. You're like, I did the exact same thing. Why did it not do it that time? And that time, and that time, and the other time. Might be the game telling me now you need to go a little further back. Damn you. Alright, you know what? You're going to go right here. And also, if there are certain things, that wire will cascade delete. If you have a stick, not a sticker, but like a poster or something in here, then you're going to, lose that as well. So cascade delete becomes kind of an issue. Different views, different angles are going to get you obviously different things happening. So we're daytime now. Now look at that. Look at the pattern we're getting from the solar panels. All right. That's what I meant to show you earlier. So now the solar panels are cruising into the mix. And then if we just simply add in some white light, say to the And I'm just using, all the available points. Alright, so now we add in a little bit of light. Probably a little too much, so we want to go with something a little more ambient if we can. So it's a little too heavy. But, at the same time, it is providing, it added another pattern just with the light. But it kind of killed some of the other stuff. So, we want to probably use something a little bit more ambient. We want to be able to see that solar panel a little bit more highlighted somehow, but not overshadow everything else. And it's just about adding parts back and forth. You can also do a backside one, but we'll get into that at a later time. Let's try and get what we were trying to do and get that back one in there. Thank you. All right. Now we have a little bit of an effect. I'd probably want to bring that back even further. Or just bring it right up front and mix it right in with everything else. Because right now, see how it's got that kind of a dirty effect? So it's a little... Or you just work with, what you currently have. But the thing is, we could bring it in a little closer and draw the middle part in. We could move this floor out of the way as well and put it in afterwards if we wanted to bring it out further. So let's involve the center a little bit more. Ah, you son of a biscuit. You're going to make me move him anyway, aren't you? Yeah, you are. And this is the stuff you got to keep track of. You got to watch out because you start deleting things if you haven't found your positions yet. You got to know your positions of these before you really start throwing parts around. And if you're going to use that position or not. All right, you know what? Let me just restore this. Levi, what is going on? And that's that. Are there any other questions? Again, I like the blocks just because it's what I'm used to for movement, but like you could put in light floors, use those. I like universal adjacency from multiple angles on one thing. For me, that seems to work out the best. So for this, I would probably try to concentrate more on trying to highlight other things, not necessarily bring in another one. you know, we might throw in some lighting. You know, from this is a good distance. Here you get quite a bit of things going on. And once more, you would want to enclose yourself so that you're not dealing with the ambient light. Here we still have that harsh light coming in this way. And this is just temporary, you know, just to kind of explain why the ambient light and every color choice makes a difference. You know, those floor panels, if I chose to make them, you know, alternating, you know, colors, we could. Yeah, see how it's going to change what's being lit just by having that ambient light shine in there. Now it's like that one side's a little brighter, a little more crisp on the pattern that we're seeing. Yeah, see with the light cubes, and again, you know, what will that will do is change your, you know, change your circular pattern and, you know, how things go in. So there's nothing wrong with it. And then if you felt like changing the center, you know, you didn't want to have, you know, look at those same 8 pattern, you can change the pattern when putting them in, but, you know, the nice thing about that is now you have, where is it? You know, you could go really crazy. And start adding in things onto your center glitch point. It will really change the, you know, overall appearance. But now we've got all that light in there. And this is what I'm saying. This is, what did I hit on that? Oh, I know what I did. Ooh, you know what? Where is that one want to be problematic? There we go. So again, it's really all about, you know, what you start putting in, what you want to, you know, what you're looking to think looks good. And the nice thing about these is you can still get at these. Now, if you put the back one in, you're not going to get at this. The collision bubble will, you know, not permit. So, you know, at this point you could do anything you wanted. I like using the solar panels, actually. It gives a nice center. Still gives some of the animation. Oh shoot. Yeah, these are changed direction now. I'd have to make sure I'm putting them in the right way. So, that still gives you like a swirly bit. It adds, it changes your center. It gives you more options. For glitch points. And if you don't like it, it's a nice, easy delete. But again, it'll give you, something different in the center. Oh, see, it just changed. So now we have, and notice we changed the lighting in there too, just by having that changed. We're picking up more animation from that. So a lot of this does depend on lighting. So let's try some different lighting ideas here. So if we go in with, and you could do stickers, we know what, most of the animation's out here. Like, ooh. We'll just go random for now. And we'll reload. But, you want to see where that, where does it pick up? See, just by overlaying and... Okay, so we mix a lot there. Get in close. Alright, so everything's kind of up a little bit higher when you're this close, right? So if you have that partially in, you're going to, pull some of that sticker up. No, all right. Then as we back out, that animation's really grabbing that sticker. You're grabbing a lot of that color there. All right, let's reload. And again, that's pretty much it. It's a circle with 8 base teleporters crammed together in a circle as your center. And then you can start putting things in a circle, adjusting your focal length with your viewing window. You can do them without the viewing window and just use, the front of it. You take this one out, put one in the background, and just use that, and you get what you get out of that. But this one I like so far. All right, so now it's it needs light, a little bit of light. So what can we add in here that's going to give us a little light, yet at the same time not be too bright? Or that's going to reflect light or refract light that's not going to be too bright. Or, you know, can you just interrupt it, you know, with another part where it wraps over it and changes it? There's really a ton of... So now what happens if you add this ladder in there? Like, look at that. It's crazy. And if you put things at an angle, you know, what is that going to do? Which we have some examples. All right, just for hardy har-hars, let's just put this in here and see what happens, right? All right, so you could light, you know, you could put a circle of stairs and light it, and, you know, it would start to warp. See how it warps around a little bit? So if we add in, oh, I don't know. Let's do... Let's see what that does. Ah. So anything with light works, but then you got to think about changing colors. What's, you know, it's a little too bright now, so we're kind of missing some of it, you know. Or it's a little too far down. What happens if we do something stupid like this? Nothing. And are we stuck? Oh, thank goodness, no. Alright. Stickers work. Posters work. Anything you can think of works. As long as it has some sort of a light source going on it, you know, to help it. It needs to be seen as well. And, you know, you find out where things, you know, and find reference points. And like, ooh, what if I put it here? You know, what's going to be there instead? You know, can I use that? And then you have a reference. Can I put it in with, yeah, see, unfortunately, it's wicked small, eh? Where does that even end up? Nowhere. Yeah, you wouldn't even see that, you know, but you could use that as a stepping stone, you know, give you a nice flat surface to work with. You know, so probably want to turn it around the other way. But see how you just, this is just making a pattern by cutting that other one off. See how it's kind of going orange and it kind of a little odd. So I can't really explain how to make one of these except for showing it. You know, that's really the only way to do it. And depending on where you are and, you know, your view is going to change your pattern. It's very fidgety is, I guess, the right word for this. It is a fidgety type build. You know, change, we could now, if we wanted to, we could come in with that other spot here, if we really wanted to, and, you know, fill in the gaps that way. We could, you know, try, you know, adding in all kinds of things. It's not there's no definitive yay or nay for this. Oh, that's tilting it outside. Ah, okay. That's what that does. So there's probably some stuff in the back that we should probably look at. And see, all I'm doing is I'm just using the pre-existing spots. You know, if I wanted to put a block back there so I had a, you know, sort of a halfway mark, you know, I could do something like that. All right, we're going to drop this down a hair on our view. I don't quite like where it is. Go down one. That way when I camera up, it's a little better. Okay, there we go. All right, we added in a little pattern change with those. That's actually kind of neat. But we need some more light. We're not quite seeing it. It's not being highlighted enough. So, how do we fix that problem? We come out. Doesn't really matter. Actually, that is the best view without me micromanaging a floor panel, which I'm not going to do, so. Yeah, but we want a different, you know, we don't want just squiggly lines, right? We want to get something going on here. That's pretty good there. I like that. We just need to figure out how to highlight the top of those better. These are just too damn bright, unfortunately. But let's see what happens. Why the hell not? Yes, we could put in light fissures, but let's see, too bright. Way too bright. You get 8 of those in there and forget about it. Forget about it. Oops. All right, let's go clean up the backside here. Oh, that was a floor panel, right? Yeah. That wasn't anything else, hopefully. Yeah, see, but then what's the point of having the solar panels in there? Except for the wire connection. And that's kind of just eating up a part at that point. You know what I mean? I'm wondering, though, if we go front side with that wire, as opposed to that angling back, if we're just like straight up front here, if we get a little more animation out of it. So, again, any other questions? And yeah, it's a little brighter. Is that possible to be translated? Is somebody available to do that? That would be wonderful. I'm thinking posters are probably going to be the best, not being a projection, but we'll see. And what gets picked up by it, too, is... Let's try... The nice thing about stickers, though, it doesn't have that hard border. Yeah, it gets a little too orangey there. A little too orange. Yep. I think what we need to do is regroup. So I hope that helped. My pseudonym is Fat Tony. I know the address of this moon. I flew there, dated a streamer last year. I launched a trainer rocket into this building. It was beautiful. Yeah, tomorrow I see your base. I believe you were the one that built on top of my kaleidoscopes, potentially by accident. Thank you. So there you have it. That's how to build one of these. Nice and simple. Not too difficult, actually. If you're comfortable with glitch building, it's really actually a circular floor, vertical, 8 base teleporters in a circle, a platform to build off of, and then, bringing things into the animation. Excuse me. And that's that. And then doing one either here or behind that one too to bring the animation in. You know, so that you're having some more go on in the center. But that's why, you know, I like keeping something moving in the center. So at least, ooh, wait a minute. That reminds me. So that it's not just this dead center. I mean, anything is usable. It's just this adds a little more light in without getting too. Oh, shoot. I gotta be careful of the wire, I forgot. Actually, you know, I'm thinking about maybe even taking that wire out of there. Alright, then we'll do a save and a reload. Get that synced up because I hate looking at it when it's all messy. And that should add a little more light, which will hopefully highlight our, yep, see, we got a little bit more light, keeping the same coloration, but just enough light to highlight those solar panels coming from the right area. You know, the light needed to come down from the top to light those, you know, those sections up. So we'll do a reload. Did I just say this game and the auto and the frustration. And it's looking a little foggy because we are getting ambient light in here, okay? So we're getting some ambient light, which is mixing in with everything that's going on. Warm out today. Alright, now we're synced up. But yeah, see, now we get to see more of that solar panel. We've got more light in there. Now that blue, we've got a bit more dominant. Now we've got a nice mixture of color. So lighting is a huge part of this. And coloration of everything around you. You know, the color of the base terminus, you know, will affect it. There we go. Now we got the dots moving in. You can see that more. See the shapes of the solar panels a little better. We added another element of movement into the center, made that more interesting, and changed the pattern. And it wasn't, you know, it's not difficult to do. If you don't like it, you can remove it pretty easily, you know, because it's connected to the electrical connector. So it's out of the collision bubble of the base terminus. Happy New Year, ER. Welcome, welcome. You know, so, and this is the 3 times, so anyone can make one of these. You know, it doesn't, you don't have to have the 5-time wire. It does help. And again, if we want, you know, we can change this, you know, change the focal length of that. So we had it pretty close there before. We bring it out of that area. Say we bring it back here a little bit. And now when we walk up to it, see how the effect is now different? Now we're getting a slightly different pattern, but now when we get closer, we lose some of that effect that we had before, right? Now, in order to get anything interesting, we got to step back a little bit because the animation being on the outer ring, you know, doesn't start to take effect until you start to move out into this direction. But, you know, it's still neat to look at from a distance until we start to get the fog effect returning. But I like it closer, you know, so that when you're, and again, we have ambient light now. We've got ambient light washing in. So that's going to change things, right? So that light's going to wash through this, which is going to cause the effect to be not as crisp. Yeah. You still get it when you're that close. And, you know, if you're going to pull that distance, then I would probably add in the one in the back. So then if we wanted to get a little bit more motion, you know, because now when you're standing there, there's so much of a static center. Now what you could do is now you would add this one in. Making sure to change the color, otherwise you're going to get craziness. And now you have at least something else going on, you know, in the center. And you can add things in, you know, where that will start to take effect on the one in the back. But now when you get up close, once you start adding in your other parts, and you can actually bring this in closer, like so. If let's remove that. Let's bring that block in one. So now we can go from interior, and we'll just hand place this one. We don't have a tether set up for this direction. Come on, get in there. So now if I bring it out here, and we, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. But I like the position we have and kind of what we're working with now. I'm just trying to show you alternates. And again, the wire is the front, the connector is the back. So now if we can bring that up front, now we're going to engage more animation. Downside is every time you do this, you're going to have to change the color. So now we're engaging more animation because it's also whipping over that. Now we're taking in the central parts. Now we deleted that other thing, so now unfortunately, you know, because of the collision bubble, now we'll add these back in. Come on. Get in there. Unfortunately, the wire's in there, so this is going to mess me up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now we're even going to get that, and yes, I'm not going to, actually, you know what? Haha. But see, now we've lost that other one, the swirly bit, but now our center is insane. I should know this, but what is the gold-colored swirl coming from? Oh, never mind, I know it. And to you as well, ER, thank you. Yeah, I was supposed to work today, but I went in and I had no jobs. But see what I mean? Like, now we've changed this completely. We could add in, you know, it's really just throwing parts in a circle again. Just now we have this insane animation. And now, you know, if we want to just use this, you could use something like this, you know, and do something within this parameter in here. Now, if you had a 5 time, the stuff you can get going on is so much cooler. So, you know, if you got a friend that's on a PC, I highly recommend it. The stuff you can get away with doing that is pretty amazing. All right, we're going to reload just so, because I just wanted to show you another option. But yeah, the signal booster, but you know that ER. Any thin line lighting, you know, is really, and we don't have a lot of it. So you could do it by creating it with, you know, the edges of things, hiding certain elements. I mean, again, like this skull one here, you know, this is more completed. You know, we've got the EM generator hitting the right areas. We've got, you know, the skull poster right in the right spot, but we're also dealing with a 5 time viewing window, I believe. Although I might be wrong. I may have done this as a 3 timer. I might have been nice. But see, you know, we're trying to get, you know, for this one, I want to get a little bit more orange in there. There's just a tad bit or something. It's a little too washed out. It needs some other element, either a shape, you know, another poster shape, or, you know, a shape from another item. You know, so maybe, or something where it wraps around something. And this is where all that contrast, you know, that black, really, really comes in handy. You know, I could go yellow floors in the background, and that yellow color would mix in, you know, and we'd have a little yellow gap between the blue, and it would mix in with that bluish and create a green. But see, you know, how this one, yeah, I think that's a 5 timer. Actually, there's one way to find out. And if it's not, then you could make one like this. Yeah, no, that's a 5 time. So we're back to our original now. There we go. That's better. So again, we could probably, you know, probably stand to use some more light. We could probably stand to get rid of our ambient light. So if we wanted to, you know, start adding in this next portion of tunnel. Actually, let me see something here. We should grab onto that. Yeah, I guess not. Thankfully, it's getting nighttime, so we'll get a little bit of that lighting gone. And I leave the bottom section open until the end so that, you know, if you need to get in there to do something, you can. And it's, you know, with this new build mechanic and the lack of collision stuff. Yeah, see how much better that looks now? Just by cutting out all that ambient light, we're really starting to draw in a lot more. You know, the lighting is now not being affected. So now look at the solar panels are even showing up a little bit better now that we've cut out that wash of light that comes in and gets caught by the outer ring, you know, that's already kind of washed. But see, now we have way more animation. Look at that on the outer ridges now. You could throw in, see, I wish they hadn't switched the switches where everything fires upwards now. Like, I miss my blender switch. I really want that. See, the limitations, unfortunately, with the 3-time, what we're allowed to do on console, unfortunately, you know, limits how much effect we get away with. You know, we've got a much tighter viewing window. Now would be the time, actually, where being in a motion camera, you'd be able to get in closer, a tighter view, and really, really see by changing your lens effects in your motion camera when you're with another player. I really, really wish they would add a cinematic camera to the game. All right, we need some other element in here. We're a little light on stuff here. So let's take a look at what we can add into this here. And now we have a setup where we could bring in at this point. All right, kind of have to know where you're going, but all right, so these are our, all right, those are our top, so that's the solar panel. So I want to mix with the solar panel. So if I take this, all right, that's perfect actually right here. Bring it up one, carry it over, right? Now, because I have my setup here, I have this. So I could throw in anything. Sorry. Let's throw another solar panel in, for example. Now we have four electrical connectors where we could now add other things on just for fun. Right, so a little too much. But see where I'm going with this? Like, once your setup is here, it's just all about, you know, experimenting. Like, all right, what's this going to do? If I chuck this in here, you know, what will that do? If I... Now look at how that lighting has now picked up the thin lines of the metal flooring. All right, the bulb is a little too high up. Yeah, it's a little too crazy. We're losing the solar panel. I was hoping it would help the solar panel. But it is not. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Did that not go where it was supposed to? I mean, you could add these puppies in. You could throw the wayward cube in here. You know, and as that passes through, then if you can get a sticker on it, you can get even more colors. But see how that's kind of dipping around? Look at that. Just... And it, well, yeah, that's actually kind of cool. I don't like the round base, though. That kind of throws it for me. But I'm just using my available setup. You know, I've got this circle, and then just playing with the, you know, different focal lengths and lighting. You know, hell, we could go super nuts. Ooh, yeah, but if we could light that. See, if that could be lit like a different color. That would be crazy. Alright, we need to reload, I think. Oh no, alright. Yeah, I don't have any cascade delete parts yet. You know, you could fish tank it, you could, I mean, you know, throw a flurb in here. Probably not there. But you get the picture, you know. I mean, it's anything you want to do, you know. Lighting will, you know, depict a lot of it for you. Coloration is very, very important. But see, you can see a shape, but until you get some light on it, you know, it's kind of pointless. I mean, you could go super crazy. And then start trying to work with that, add more. I mean, again, it's entirely up to you at this point. Now we're just hanging out. Alright, did that delete anything? I'm not sure. So we're just gonna restore, just to be on the safe side. So, any questions? Any questions? We got it? Alright. Circle, stuff, 8 packed in a circle as your center. It really is kind of all it is. So like 8 of them in a center, some stuff around the outer edges, light, and try to mix whatever it is you're doing, in that area. Watch out for cascade deletion, ambient light. Like, I'm going to cover this and get rid of that ambient light in a minute. And that's pretty much the basics. But see how it's kind of grayish out in there? It's kind of, milky, I guess, is a good term. And that's why all the other ones over here and, the one I just was building, they're all closed. But if there are any questions, I have plenty of time today, apparently. And usually by now I've actually brought this in another level, but for time, yeah, that helps quite a bit. All right, now we got to do something so it's a little less static in that center point. I really, really wish we still had the old switch setups. Alright, so what do we do there? Well, let's see what our options are. Alright. So I'm debating now on manually placing the wire and getting it a little bit thicker, because I think it's not quite picking up the same amount of light as the waypoint marker. So I'd have to manually place that in there, which would probably get a little annoying. I wish they just stayed connected large. If I connected a large wire to an electrical connector, it stayed large. It's like, it's now this size. Just keep it that way. Alright, what do we do now? And you're not necessarily always using, the entirety of the piece. And that's the other thing. You're sometimes just using the front or the back. You know, you might find that like a short wall might do, you know, what you need, or you know, one of these things, or a plant, a rock, like the old kaleidoscopes, but now with motion. Now with motion. Newer, better kaleidoscopic views, better patterns, more interesting. Brought to you by Whammo. I mean, like, these things probably would be interesting, for example. Except for that, I hate that base. Yeah, I don't hate it, it's just not for this. It's just a circle. You know, when you'd rather just see the thing, yeah, that's a little too small. I'd have to make that large. Which I could, you know, again, we could manually place things in here. But, you know, in order to get symmetry with that, because it does follow a certain thing, no, but interesting. We already got a ton of orange. I know you're thinking I was thinking that or that. And this we'd like, but it's a little too much maybe. See, these have the electrical connectors, and I have to get a move, and then it's just loud. And kind of pointless. And now the switches all face the same way, so I can't reverse things. Nothing. I mean, the flashing's kind of neat, but it'd have to be enlarged. Seeing what I mean, though, it's just at this point it becomes really all about trial and error, just tons of trial and error. But roughly a 3 floor panel distance gets you a good view. Again, it's all about the 8. Oh, I forgot to save, damn it. Yeah, whatever. It's not that important at the moment. But there you go. There you have it. How long have I been going? I still got a little bit of time left. All right. I like the poster effect. Let's try a different poster. See, we can see, that's what the 5 time is better for. We could be getting more animation in, you know. Damn it. Damn it. Let's see what we get, shall we? Let's not just wonder. Alright, where am I? Too high? Too high, so I need to come down a little. Yeah, 5 times is just the way to go. When I say too high, I'm too high. You're too high, man. You're too high, brother. Not yet. Now we gotta find the height for this one. Shit. Oops, pardon me. What do we got, a half step that? What's going on with that? I guess so. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, that's right. Just hard to tell. But now, actually go in closer with that. You know, but see how much more we're seeing? This is why having a friend on PC. And now we can actually get effects going on from this edge, this inner edge here. But you have to build these to kind of work with the size you're dealing with. But see now on the outer edge, now we're pulling from that top edge where the base of the, you know, those are. So we'd actually, in order to mix in with anything here, yep, see now we're getting the solar panel in a different way. It's hard to get a good camera angle on these. There we go. And again, now we got more ambient light to deal with on the outside because this is larger. But we are, you know, bigger item, bigger effect. Yeah, the sound I definitely want to do. All right, but see, you have to build for that. You gotta, you know, that's when you do your first setup. Usually, like the waypoint finder is a good indication of where, you know, your animations are going to be. So you can kind of use that and where it stops warbling, and it's a pretty heavy cutoff. You know, you could put some sort of marker in there and go, okay, this is where everything stays static, right? And then you can just kind of work within the parameters of the animation. But again, that's when you need to start setting your focal length. So if I take this 3 times 1, which is our normal one, and I bring it back a little bit, now we're, you know, our animation's going to change because we're moving it back. We move it forward, you know, we're going to see less of it because now our animations are going to be concentrated more on the middle. So this here is we're kind of right in a good spot. But see, here we know that right basically at the point is where the animation stops. So if we look at the points right in here, like right where my ship marker is pointing to, see that right there? And that's kind of a good indication of where the animation kind of lets go. So if we can light this area here, we can start gaining animation just from these little metal attributes on the floor, the little details here. And that's just by throwing, but depending on how that lighting goes, now, you know, we're going to do some stuff that's going to interact here. And just by changing the color of the solar panel edge, that might do something, you know, or lighting that from a certain angle or area. A bite beat in here would be kind of neat, though. Just the noise or the sound, you know, coming up with a neat sound for it. I might do that on the big one I just made. And the other thing too is, you know, we might want to start thinking about you know, bringing something up a little higher so that just part of it is here, you know. Maybe cover that hard dot, but I think the hard dot looks pretty good. So we know where we're not really getting anything is right where my cursor is, right here. So if we can bring something that's kind of lined up with that, which I would probably have to bring in the other block. And then say, you know, we grabbed, oh, I don't know. Give me something. Give me an item. Can't be too large because it'd get crazy. Fireplace is too bright. Barrel's too bright. It's too white. Can't change color. Stickers is a potential. This maybe for lighting, but that's just dots. That's a swirly thing that doesn't really do much. Then we get into these where, oh, you know what? What if... I don't, you know, or it may not need anything. We may be done with this one, I don't know. Your flowers. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. They have to be ginormous. Can you? Yes, you can. This would be interesting. It's not lit, though. Alright, let's get some light on it. Get some light on this subject. Let's see what I mean. Throw some light on there, now all of a sudden you got another pattern. Although the light is a little too dominant on that part, would probably have to be lit more. Oh, I don't know. Let's see here. You know what? Let's get rid of this wire. I don't particularly care for it. I think we need to do something else there. Even if it's manually placing it in. Plus, it's easy enough to add back in. If anything, I think we need to figure out how to get it more in line with here, so that's more up front. Yeah, where is it? Like, I've used compound bulb, but, you know, some of these are definitely, you gotta have to size it. The base on these other things, the colors get too bright. You know, now we're introducing fog again on that. Umbrella tree maybe. Put in, but again, probably have to be lit. Yeah, I need to be lit. So we'd have to find a way to light that properly. And that's where it would need to be lit by. There we go. See, we got to figure out a way to do it like that, but where it's not being picked up. And see what I mean about lighting? All right, now we have the blue ball in the center showing up a little bit. Picking up that. But that's what I'm saying, the lighting. And I guess if we have enough lighting in there with that. So, again, it's all about experimenting. It really, really is. You know, it's crazy. Just, you throw in just the right part, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a minute, hey. And it could be a complete shocker of a part. You know, you're like, oh. Example. Could be a complete shocker of a part, but now I'd have to figure out how to flip it the other way. I mean, but look at how that's doing what that's doing. All right. Let's try some stuff. Let's just try a flag. Are you kidding me? Where'd you go in the back? Alright, what if you go in that way? Nothing. Nothing but something. You see it? It's doing, it is mixing, it is doing something, but there's not enough light in there. Alright, you know what? Alright, let's get rid of that one. It's not nothing, I tell you. And there you have it. That doesn't. All right, let's try that all over the. Try that one all over the place. No. Wow. All right, let's stick with the skull theme. All right, now I feel like we need to lose some. We need light, I think. Yeah, we need light. But that's crazy. Look at that. I mean, we could use anything, you know. We'll try another flag, but I just was going with the... What about using a plant that lights up? What's the proto wheel? Fabricator barrel. I mean, look at that. That's just nutty. And we can't change the color of that one, right? That one's pretty much set in stone on itself. It just changes the pole, right? Yeah. Alright, we don't want that. Alright, what if now... Alright, no. Nah, too much. Alright, let's change... Oh, shoot, what did I just delete? Let's reload, because we don't know. And but, see where I'm going with this? It's just... Hey, I've got this spot where I can put something. And let's see if it works. You know, think of your old kaleidoscopes if you used to make them. And heck, you could take one of your old kaleidoscopes if you still got one up, and then just chuck one of these in front of it. And if the fog effect is still there, then, you know, you'll have to build a center. But, all right. So if these are glitching upwards, right? What if I... Okay, just, and that's not going to pull in. It's too, yeah, it's too high. Yeah, it's just barely. All right, so no on that. What were you? I still don't. Which one is that again? The proto wheel. Proto wheel. The Vigilant Tarot. I don't see proto wheel. All right, let's try another flag and see if we can get the pattern out of that flag. Plus, on some of these, we can actually change the color. Let's use this one. And we still have a whole other angle in between all of this that we could set up. Or we could use the side, all right, now. Now we go and we try colors. That's obviously a little too bright. And it looks like we got the oranges. Pretty much what we're going to get on that. Alright, let's see what happens. Might be too bright now. So far, the skull one was the best. I mean, that's neat. It's not great, but it's neat. And what's nice about this, as long as you're careful, you know, you can kind of mess around without having to reload too much. Would this go past? No. You got to take into account when you back up. I could see maybe putting a sticker over these. That might be the trick. Hey, look at that. See, like I was saying, even just changing your viewing, the color on this is going to change how much you're seeing. Because it's really kind of taking and drawing in everything around it. But that might be the key on that one. Where's the sticker? I mean, again, you could just chuck the sticker in. Just, there's so many, too many, not enough, too much. See, again, the 5 time, we could have a little bit more going on. I'm trying to figure out how to keep enough interest in this size. The posters definitely pick up a lot more. The only thing is the poster has such a hard edge, you know, and it's really difficult to get it lined up properly every time. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but, you know, it sure would be nice if it could be. But, and then you have an overlay problem. You know, while that is neat, you know, there's, you know, trying to figure out the best placement for all of that. And getting proper reference lineup for that, you know, becomes a chore. And these posters, you know, even though you can make them larger, and again, I want to try and build this for anyone that, you know, is on console. Or we get rid of that wire. Actually, the wire, using the wire doesn't do anything. It's still 3 times no matter what. So, yay. Picks up the red right at the end. So far, the skull flag. But, you know, we haven't tried something like this yet either. Using the back. So now see how that lights up, changes the whole pattern, the swirl color. We actually, if we go in there and do that, yeah, better. Or we could actually add color to that instead of doing it black. Now we do it like, say, I mean, see, this is why this is live. I couldn't edit this. There's no way I could ever edit this. There's too much, I'm just trying to, at this point, you should, it's, in your head should be, oh, I just gotta make a circle and throw some stuff at it. And then, have that 8 in the center. Really is what it boils down to. There is a point, though, where these will shut down if you've got too many going. This whole thing will shut down. See, but see all the light? I mean, after a while, this would probably shut down. You'd probably blue screen if you tried to fill this. It might. If you don't have any others in the area like I do, you could probably get away with it, but I have a feeling it might be a tough call on that. Still feel like I'm a little too high, but here. I was hoping that might bring in a little more light, but it didn't really do a whole hell of a lot. Dwayne, what's going on? Thank you guys for stopping in today, by the way. Now, if we could get away with this puppy... Yeah, but if we could color that... If we could color that, that would be... Oh, yeah. If I could color that, that would be freaking sick. But how would we color that? It'd have to be a sticker. Which isn't going to want to attach itself to this. Not like that, anyway. Alright, so what if I... Alright, let's put you here for now. So you don't take light from anything, or you have no collision. I have to collide off of something else. Yeah, no. Damn. Damn. That's a bummer. See, limited lighting. I mean, we've done this. It does look good. It works. But we want new and different, and so far, that's the best. Nope. By itself, like a bunch of those together would be kind of interesting, I bet. Alright, let's just for hardy har-hars, because we can always reload. Uh-huh. Well now, what do we got here? Little square, but that's kind of interesting. Wondering now if this would make a good backdrop. Oh. Oh, look at that. Hmm. 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 That's crazy. See, now we're breaking up the light. Now we got this whole other thing going on. And we still have a pattern there, which is cool. Again, the 5 time would probably be preferable for all of this. Or we could bring this... we'd have to bring that... What would we do here? Bring this in or out to get more of that. We'd have to bring it out. Alright, let's try a different position on this. Would it be out? Yep. Bring it out a little bit. Okay, so now we gotta get light. How do we get the light in there? Alright, we need a little more light. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? How do we get what we need? Without overbearing light. Light without being overbearing. Good luck. Alright, we could go green. Still should give us. There we go. Might be too much. And we might have to switch color. But it was a question of light. We definitely needed more light in there. Alright. But not necessarily that light. Alright. We have something going on here. Let's do a reset here. Restore, please. And thank you guys for hanging out. Alright, oh, yeah. We got a little more time I can do. I don't want to bore everyone to death. Alright. We're back. Got a good thing here. Alright. So the skull flag was good. That other flag was really good. Let's try that again with just starting from scratch here. And I want to see if we do on the other side. I wonder if that will flip it around. What was that we were using? Ooh, the rug. I wonder how we could get that incorporated. Wonder if that would do anything. You don't get really crazy colors on that though, do you? But it might be neat. Wow, look at all these. if I go on the back side, yes, perfect. Ah, that's what I was hoping. Although, we're not going to get the grid, which I kind of liked the grid. But we will get all the coloration from it. But I think the grid kind of gave it a... Yeah, but simple enough. Now we can go change the color of the flag, and we'll get two different mixtures, hopefully. I mean, yes, we're losing a whole lot of everything else, but hold on. Let's figure out a good color here. We'll go blue and orange. Now we need some more blue. Alright, let's go, we're not catching much of the blue. We'll go gray and black would be a little weird. Blue and white? No. Orange and blue. Yellow and blue. We could alternate too. We could probably get it all tweaky. That's a crazy backdrop. But yeah, look at that. Then, oh, now, okay, hold on. Wait just a minute. Now we add this puppy in there. That's what we need to do. Ah. Oh, that's so bloody annoying. That's just insane. Alright, hold on. Yeah, it's too much with that thing in the background. We're going to have to reload because we're about to lose all the wheels. So there's something we got to think about here. We can probably do... That's probably going to be the best, I bet. Nice and subtle. Most amount of contrast. Yeah. Now it's taking the colors and bouncing it off of... Yeah, look at how much that changed just by changing that color. Look at that. What a difference. Got a whole different thing going on, a whole different vibe just by doing that. I wish I had motion camera. So if we tried some different things, you know, we might find that I love this view too, but trying to get something working in this, yeah, no. Might be overdoing it with that. Yeah, I'm overdoing it with that. Although, maybe not. It's just, it needs to be lit from another part though, because it's, you know, we're not catching that. But if I go in there and manually light behind, what are you guys seeing? But yeah, see, you're not seeing as much as I'm seeing, unfortunately. Alright, so what? So what? Is that one brighter? Tough to say. Oh, duh. Duh. We're missing a light source. What light source was that, you say? The one we had in here earlier. Which is this one. Alright, that helps. We're going to reload the autosave and hope for the best. Excuse me. Didn't even load in with it. Okay. So I missed it. I didn't wait long enough. But if we do this, we should come out on top. But again, trial and error, try stuff. You never know what you're going to get. You know. Ooh, excuse me. It'd be nice to be making money today, but if I am not making money at work because there's no jobs for me, I'd rather be hanging out with y'all having fun. I mean, look how neat these are. And it really, if you're a proficient glitcher, they're not very difficult. And even if you're not a very good, glitch builder, you're still relatively new. If you can make a circle, you can still just put stuff on there, and it's a good way to practice your circles and everything. And some of these, sometimes it's just, the more simplified it is, the better off you are. But this one reminds me of another one. Only that one was done with a 5 times, so there's a lot more going on with it. And sometimes like this is pretty cool just the way it is. And then you decorate around this and create something using, all your surrounding bits. You put it into a building. And have this be, unfortunately, it can never be your portal because you can't access it. And yeah, here's another thing. Let's see if I can do it this way. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can. Hold on. So, going that way. You could double it up, but you're going to have the swirly bit in the middle, so you'd lose the whole middle. Never mind. This has got to be... Oh, you know what we could do? I know what we could try. The same thing we did in the other one, where we lit it, but without having to go, crazy. It was just enough light to bring it in. Aha! I remember what we can do now. Alright, so, if... And that's what we did down here. Where is it? Over here. And that's how we got these skulls to show up better. Because before you couldn't really see them. And now they're flipping around well lit. And what we did was we dropped in a little something right there that lit up our poster. So if we use that same concept, and we drag these puppies in, and then let's try one before we start getting all excited. And then we do that, followed by that. Change the color, though, that'd be the thing. Alright, and we're going to keep it with the blue-orange theme. Then we take that, do that, do that, do that. Now that's out of our way, but it's also adding in some light. Might want to bring it down. But notice how we're picking up more, like when that comes down. See how that whole upper part is a little bit brighter? We're getting more of that V shape showing up. It's not as bright as I would think, though. I wonder if it's the color. Alright, so let's get rid of that. But now if we get rid of that, you know, we don't see that V as well. But maybe not. Yeah, maybe that's not our answer. Let's try it in plain white. No, it's noticeable. Yeah, you can see that whole upper arc is brighter. And if we were to add them all in, it would be much brighter. But is that going to highlight what we want once we put... Oh, we didn't even try like that. See, look at that. Like, I wish we could do stuff like that. Like, this is the coolest thing ever. And it does not allow me to do it. Although you're not going to be able to see it. Damn it. Oh. We saw it last night. Alright, let's try... What's that? How would these go in? Or how would those go in? Because these hang a different way. Alright, so this we know is going to get us a huge... Because it's standing. These don't... Alright, let's see what these do as well, since we're here. But again, we have a lighting issue. There's not enough light, and those aren't big enough. But see how the edge of that now interacts? Like, if we had that edge lit a color, see how much more spinning just because we have that there? See what I'm getting at? I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about. Let's try this here. But see, we have another swirl in there. Because it's a thin edge like the orange, like right next to that. See if we could get something of a different color, if we could alter the colors that way. I mean, the wire kind of does it, but it don't, you know, we have blue and or red. These we can get stickers on. but it gets super bright. You know, but we could get stickers on it. And it's only kind of right to there. You know, if we were to, I'll just say, I don't know. Although we'll start running out of stickers after a while. Yeah, that'd be kind of a pain to do. And now we're in that orange category again. Although, you know, it's not quite enough. I mean, it does bring in another element. But see where I'm going? You could even, different, you know, depths and etc. make an enormous difference as well. And you also have another, you know, we could put in another area, but we're going to get rid of that. All right. I mean, the possibilities are freaking endless. They're endless, I tell you. It's unbelievable. You won't know what to do with yourself. Just we have a hard edge, I'd have to bring that other section in. And is that doing anything? Let's see. Well, it is actually. Yeah, see, it's smoothing it out, breaking it up. All right, let's just for ha-has. Let's see what happens. Are we facing different directions? No, okay. Wow. Look at that. That is pretty crazy. That changed everything. Just, and this is what I'm trying to get at. It really is a question of, you know, fussing around. still think if we can light it somehow, we can see more. Yeah, okay, it's in there. Some of them show through, some of them don't. Which is kind of annoying. But now we have that. Now we could change the focal length. We could maybe bring this out a little bit further. Or maybe, yeah, out. I wish that the lights would either not show on all of them. Let's try another. Huh. Alright, see how that changed again? Alright, let's change the color of that. Although that ain't gonna matter because it's just gonna be the edge, but let's see. Oh yeah, no, it did. This game is unfrickin' believable, man. It really is. Yeah, we just altered the effect. Let's continue with that. And we'll go around, we'll change colors on a few things. Look at that change. Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Look at that. Just with that. And I bet you if we change the color of that. Let's go back to concrete. Let's go a bluish. Or we might do a blue and a yellow. know. What do you know, Joe? So again, we've gone and just changed the color. So yeah, we need some yellow in there. Let's go yellow. Let's see what we get on that. Yeah, these are more like an actual kaleidoscope. There we go. That's a little better. Now if we can get some light in there. See, now that light's bouncing off a little bit, splitting on some of that. You know, because I made that object brighter. I know, right? Like, who would have thunk? I've got nothing to do, so I'm going to just mess around and let's see what kind of wacky stuff we can come up with today. Now, if we can get some light in here, that's going to highlight a few other things. And then I need to stretch out for half a second. So bear with me, folks, please. Let me think about this. Ooh! Before I put in that other side, I could put a pill light in there. That might help. And it would hide the pill light. And it took that basic design that we've had and really it broke it up. You know, yes, the long stringy things, you know, the further away we get, but even that, you know, those windows, just by having those windows there, I need somebody in so I can get a good camera view at some point. But just by doing that, it streaks everything. You know, so now we have, I don't know what to do anymore. Now what? Now how can I make this better? All right, we need light. That's the problem. There's a lighting issue that we have to contend with. So that we can see these colors more. We're not highlighting enough. I'd like to do it in such a way where I can just use our glitch points, and I think we might be able to now. Because those windows would cover it. But seriously, just breaking apart the light. That's really nice. I like that effect quite a bit. Like, that really is crazy. Beautiful coloration. Now, how could I do that? Can we view? We would have another circle, though. What if we took another one, and put it in the middle here, looking through? We'd have another circle, but if we could aim it in such a way, you know, where we still have the static. I wonder if what if I make a smaller one? That's so pretty. We need to get, I need to do work and cover the ambient light, and this would probably look even better. Where can we put the light, though? That's the problem. Where can I get that light in there? All right, let me try. Should we save this? Why not, right? I mean, that's cool, and it's new and different. All right, let's save it. Yeah? You guys are so quiet. Look at that. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind on that one. All right. I'm going to save that. Now we need to figure out light. Oh, you know what? And we got to get our... Let's get our ambient light out of here. Where are you? You're going to be a pain, aren't you? Yes, you are. Okay. Run away from the light, Caroline! Run away! Oh, now we're actually entering a structure. I've built enough to enter a structure where the wind noise goes away and life is a little bit better. Come on. Why do you have to be like this? Why? Although snapping is vastly improved. Yeah, see? Ambient light gone. Way crisper in its look. We're seeing a lot more detail now that the ambient... Yeah, I didn't even notice the windows up top before. Now we're actually getting our light. We're not as washed out. Now look at it. That changes things dramatically. Let's save that, shall we? We could probably even go one more level out. But see how much just cutting out your ambient light manages to change everything? Alright. Now, let's try getting some light in there. No. Ooh. That might be it. It's highlighting a lot of that yellow. Okay, I see where we're getting. It's the color here. That's where we're highlighting that orange. So we have a lot of orange to overcome. And then if I turn the window blue, now we're getting much more of a blue hue off of that orange. But see how the highlights in the window are not quite the same. Alright, let's keep that yellow. And that's going to stay yellow. What if we try a different material? Yeah, look at that. So different material is going to definitely give us... Yeah, now we're not highlighting off the window as much there. And look at a whole new dot shows up. See the square dot at the bottom? you know, towards the center, at the bottom of the line as it swirls. So that's a whole, and it's a little whiter in its color. And then if we change again, we'll go that. Now see, we're dancing a little more blue. So we get a little bit more blue highlight right there. What are you? Wait a minute, what the hell's going on? What's going on in here? Oh, I've got all that. Alright, we need to, hold on. Reload, restore. Start fresh. Actually, yes. Before I added that light. I'm pretty sure. We may need to go through. I mean, most of this is easy replacement. It's just bang, bang, bang. Because it's an electrical, you know, it's just an electrical adjacency thing. Alright, that's before I added all the lighting, I'm hoping. Okay. Oh. Wait a minute. Guess what I'm gonna do next? Alright, so we should just have our 1, 2, and then the one from the electrical wire. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, right? What is that extra one? What is that? Is there something connected to that? 1, 2, 3. Yes, what is that? Ah, sneaky. Sneaky. Is that the same thing everywhere? It is. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. I just added that light in the front, as I wanted to get rid of that one. Apparently I've already added light in there, and I couldn't remember I did, so... I guess there's light there. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, so... let's get this to where it should be. There we go. Alright. So we have a little bit too much of I'm going to just call it the muddy color. You know, it's not really a color, you know what I'm saying? It's just kind of grayish, murky, dirty. Why is that showing up as so much yellow? Okay, because we're catching a light. But see, when we're like this distance, we're not seeing almost any of that. Alright, let's dive in and change textures again. See what we get. See, now the texture also changes a bit of the tone. But see, now the pattern is changed. Look, we're getting, well, we're getting a bright spot. Oh. See, ambient light. Now watch, that ambient light, now that we're gone. Hey, look at that. Now it's more, you know, we're not getting a bright spot. Okay. So just by changing the texture, we've gone a little streakier. But again, now we've gotten a little murkier. You know, we're still getting cool stuff happening, but... Alright, so we got to deal with our bright spot for a minute while we change the colors. But now, say if we do, oh, I don't know, a different color altogether. If we go blue, what if we go black? See, we had that stone. Let's do black rust. Yeah, now we're really murky. Okay. Murk-alert. Sure, why not? I'm curious. See, now if there were more light in there, see what that's doing over on the right? Yeah, we need to get some light in here somehow. So we're going to be pulling parts. Yeah, yep. And that's going to create shapes. Yeah, see, that's from that ambient light mixing in. Oh, yeah, look at that. I can see a shape going there, warping around. All right, we need to find a way to light this. Let's change the color again. We're going to go to... Nope, yellow was the color. Yellow was the color. Yeah. Alright, so now we got to figure out how to get some light up on this without being ugly. I mean, I guess there's also that. Still, it's something wrong with the lighting. It's like, this is getting drowned out. I wonder if I bring up, yeah, you know what? I bet you these need to come up, but I like the dot. Help! Help! Oh, what do I do? What do I do here? What's gonna work? This is just too damn bright. That doesn't do anything. So there's little white dots in there. This is going to be too bright. I mean, cool pattern and shape, but unfortunately, really cool pattern. Wow. The pattern on that is killer. Damn it, why do you gotta be so... Alright, but what if we do that? Grab you, which I can't just do. And now I'm out of view. But yeah, we're not gonna get any of the other stuff though. That's gonna dominate. But the pattern is sick. Damn it. Wild Bear, what's up? How you doing? Damn it. Just when you think, I'm like, all right, yeah, there's not much more I can get with these things. I'm like, oh yeah, but if you interrupt the light flow, apparently, with another object, which I was just starting to kind of get going on that round one. The kind of energy core looking one. Alright, there's that. Now, what if we... Oh yeah, weren't we doing something else that was doing something kind of cool? Would that still come into effect here? Or am I just pushing it at this point? Oh no, yeah, hold on. Because there's that stuff peeking out of the window. Yep. Give me a minute. Oh, what am I doing? What the hell am I doing? Alright. Give me a second. It's like, oh yeah, before I got distracted with this, I was doing something else. Hey, why not just do what I was doing before, plus what I got distracted with? But holy crap, that does some stuff in there, didn't it? Do you try the recent underwater objects? Which recent underwater objects? I'm not sure which you are referring to. I wonder how that Leviathan thing would look in here. If I could hide the base. Oh yeah. Goodness gracious, yes. Look at that. Alright, let's get some color going here. We got some stuff to change. Alright. Alright, you're yellow. Let's make you... Let's start with that. May need to throw the skull back in. That's better. Tones that down quite a bit. All right. Right on, Keys. Oh, right on. Will do. Yeah. So we have that blue peeking through. We don't need that wire. That wire can go. It's distracting. Alright, this can go. We'll replace it with something else. Yeah, much better. Alright, we do need to get some bluish color in there somehow, though. That's definite. Alright, how do we get that? And it still looks interesting like that. Okay. Oh. There we go. That's better. Alright, now what? Now what? Now what? Now what? Later, Wild Bear. Oh, later, Keys. Okay, I thought it said Kev there for a second. So again, this is something you can do with, you know, any console. Just out of curiosity. Just curious. we can try like a brighter colored flag as well, with pattern on it. Wish we had more blue lighting that was more evident. But yeah, I mean... See, we need more of a contrast. We got a wash of that orange and kind of washed out purple color. Alright, so if we get something a little brighter up in here, let's say it's going to be too bright. Well, let's see what it does. Because this does have a good color change on it. It's one of the early flags. Yeah, it might be too washed. That's too bad. Okay, so now if we get some color on it, though, hopefully. Let's see, what do we have here? There we go. Oop. Just dull that down a little bit. And hey, look at that. Now we've introduced a whole other thing. Brightened it up a little bit. Added in a little blue element. A little white. We could even try changing to another color, see what we get. And we could get rid of that laser light, dull it out a little bit too. We could just bring this up. So instead of here, you know, if we brought it up, it wouldn't be as bright. We'd get a little less, maybe. No. No, 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 no. Alright. When in doubt, black it out. Hey, look at that. It's actually better. Yeah, it's a contrast. You know, so now we have a contrast. The skull being orange, unfortunately, you know, was washed out with that coloration. Yeah, I mean, this is insane. And seriously, depending on where you're standing, the camera focus, what angle you're looking at, because there's nothing going on there now. But if you kind of venture over here, one area gets a little crazy, you start seeing different patterns. But see, all kinds of fun. Now we could look into maybe changing the color of this one. And now we're getting, a lot more of the flag mixing with the orange. So we're seeing that, that circle, is our main focal point really in terms of what everything's drawing from. The circle is like the base. You need a good light source that's not overly bloomy. I could put you in there. You're very bright though. But I do like the color. Did we already remove these? Yeah, we removed these. So let's add these where? Oh, hey. That's nice. Much nicer. Yeah, I like that. Get some light in there, mutes it up a bit. Gets a little contrast off of that orangey bit. Yeah. Ooh, pretty, pretty. Okay. Now we could probably change the color of the flags in the back. And actually these, but I like the black. This is just craziness. I am losing my mind with this stuff. Yeah, and when we're stepped right up on it, it looks good. Yeah, we got a good mixture of color. That's really nice. I'm liking that. Yeah, because we're really mixing those, getting a good foundation for... Yeah, what you guys are seeing isn't too bad. And I bet you even so, if we add light in at different areas here, we would highlight more of the color. I know it seems like an odd thing to say, but yeah, that's pretty crazy. I wish I could flip it too, but I'll take the alternate. The alternate is fine. Alright, I need a minute. I'm going to be AFC, but still here chatting. I just got to stretch out and get a little bit of death. We're going to stare at this for a minute, and I'm going to go, wow, I just created a whole other pattern again. Like, there's, even though it's similar to, because there's only so much of these, the animation is the animation. But breaking up the animation. And apparently smoothing it out, you know, allows for this kind of insanity. Wow. Like every one of these I do, it changes. It's an evolving thing. But it makes sense, you know, you're like, alright, I already tried that. Here, let me try this. Oh, I already put that in there, let me try this. Oh, I already did that, let me do this. You know, so. And what I could do to clean that edge up. I mean, I'm hypnotized by this thing. It's insane. I need somebody in so I can do an animated camera and get in there. You know, get the camera zoomed in, change my perspective. Wow, this really is quite pretty. This is almost the best one, except for the middle part there. The middle I'm still not digging on. Like there's that, you know, that dead space. You know, there's dead space. It needs to at least be interesting, not flat, you know what I mean? There needs to be some sort of texture in there. But wow, this is so crazy. Am I insane? Like, am I just like an idiot and I think this is crazy and it's really not? Let me get back and check on chat here. And thank you again for hanging out, keeping me company while I go through this. You know, the tutorial part of this ended a long time ago. Now it's just experimenting for me. You know, the important aspects I wanted to get out when trying to do one of these. You know. It's like cooking. It's not only about the ingredients. And see, even as we back out, we're still getting a good mixture. Get to about here, and it's our traditional sort of thing, but there's a lot more blue in there than there used to be. The flags moving here is interesting. And then as you get up on it, and again, you know, every focal point is something different, like a kaleidoscope. Alright, we got a lot of heavy something in there. Yeah, light. See, yeah, we gotta get that light in there. I had some ambient light showing through, and there was a thick portion of yellow there. See, now it's gone. So, see, changing that ambient light, you know, we're not highlighting the same things anymore. So now we got to get that ambient light in there. Notice that? Look at the difference. All right, we need a light behind the window is what we need. So we need a light. And now watch. Ready? Boom. Boom. We got our ambient light. And hey, look at that. We got a little bit of... You can see it better. It's more clear. We got a little more blue in there than we had. Look over here, this heavy yellow that's shining through on this side. And that's from the flag behind it. See, now it's changing it all together once more. So, we got to figure out a way to play with the lighting. This is where like people like Pez are wicked good at it, you know. Pez has some of the best lighting techniques out there. See, just change the color, and look at that. You have a whole new thing going on just by altering that. See, and there's that heavy yellow on the right-hand side. So if I were to strip that layer of tunnel out, we'd have a different look. But see how much brighter it is right where that ambient light's coming in? How much brighter that white circle is over on the top right around 2 o'clock-ish. See how much brighter that gets? So that's why I'm saying we need some sort of interior light coming off. Alright, what if... Alright, what if we... Shagadi, shagada. This be enough to do it? I mean, I'd get more precise with it later, but I'm just trying to see if this is where, if it's worthwhile. And then, is it going to get in our way, etc., etc. Is it going to interrupt on... Well, it definitely helped. Yeah, that made a big difference, didn't it? And once again, we've changed the pattern just by the lighting. Thank you for subscribing to Magic Ninja. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, every time we make an alteration, we've changed the pattern in some way. Might be too much on that, though. I don't know. It's tough to say. We still got to do something with that interior, and just because... we can. We're gonna. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Yeah, it looks like we're here on this one. Does that do anything? Let's take a look. Not really worth it. It didn't really do a whole hell of a lot, did it? Nah. It ain't worth it. It just ain't worth it. Whew. I tell you what. This stuff is crazy. Oh my goodness. How long have I been going now? Yeah, that's about normal for me. We'll do a little bit longer and then we'll call it a day. Alright, so we're back to here, which is good. That's kind of where I wanted to be. Before I added in the curtains in the back. So I figure if we can light this properly, then we can go get rid of the wire. That's easy enough. But we have to do something with that negative space in there. That dead space is just driving me nuts. Let's try... Might be that. That might be just enough motion, and it, it's so flat at the other end. That's kind of my concern, is the flatness. Alright, we can throw those in pretty easily. Alright, good to know. Whoa, what did that just take out? All the windows. Well, alright. There we go. Easy peasy. Alright, we're going to get rid of that blue line. Again. But, because of the new save system, I'd rather come all the way back here again, where I know, I'm liking what's going on, than have to... wonder if I'm going to be in the right save or not. Hey, look at that. Block out that heavy bit of light. Got real dark in there, though. But I bet you if we were to throw all the flags and stuff back in... Yeah, the 5 time on this, I bet you would be killer. I'm going to have to break that out after. And see what it does. But see, it's just like it... And this is what I mean, you gotta, experiment. Because you have to stay, you're looking at it like, alright, if I look over at this dot here and it breaches over and it just catches and this bit of light here does this. Yeah, it's a pain. Alright. Let's throw in the flags. Now that we've muted that, I want to see... Oh, we got to throw in the skulls as well, right? Yeah. Oh. And again, we're muting a lot of this, you know. Yep, already looks better just by adding in that color. And because this is a rotating sort of animation, you're going to get parts like that where, you know, it doesn't look like a whole hell of a lot for a second. And then all of a sudden, you know, it spins around, and the little spaghetti strands there, you know, start mixing around, come together. Seeing a lot of this shape we're getting because we're muting out, you know, certain areas. If I were to probably change the color of the floor panel, you know, that would shine through the window, give us another color and another shape. But we know for now that, you know, just for ha-has, we're in a good spot. You know what? As a matter of fact, we can save. And none of this is detrimental at the moment. Like, if you lose something, it's real easy to put back in. All of the glitch points are handy. Alright, so now we'll do this one again because we like it. Oh. And it bounces a little light, which is nice. But see what I mean? It's not difficult glitching. All of your setup is right here, ready to go. I mean, yeah, you can start altering things and I just wanted to see what it looked like again. Even from distance, you know, it looks pretty, you still get some skull. Yeah. Too easy. Too easy. I mean, we could throw, shoot, let's do this. Why the hell not? And hey, what do you know? We messed with the pattern yet again. Now it's a whole different thing. Or what we could have done is we're going to lose all the windows. Ready? Watch. Oh no. So let's reload. Yeah, this stuff is crazy. I mean, finding the right lighting and part and movement and focal length. is time. And I just happen to have a little extra today. All right. And again, sometimes the simple ones are the best ones. And look, just changing the color of that made a world of difference. In order to kind of keep that color as your highlight, you need to contrast everything else. All right. So let's look and see what we have. We could have something, maybe, bring that block in here. And then have something come in that way. Alright, let's try that. Where did that thing go? Did you attach to that? Oh no, you're right there. Okay. We also have that right there. Come on. There you go. Yep. Okay. So we'd have to reinstall that, but not a big deal. Alright, so... I don't want to screw it up too much. Just enough. Just most of the things that we have are like an orange or red tone. A lot of warm tone. We need new parts. How long have we been saying that? I could add these. It's going to get us a little too much. Where's that going to head in on? Sure. Why not? I guess. Gets a little bright. Alright, let's reload our autosave and get these. Andy Todd, welcome. How you doing today? I'm going to hang out just a little bit longer, just give it time. Alright, that's full in. Because they got to be in sync in order for it to really be seen. Kill out loud, what is going on? If you missed the tutorial part of this, I can summarize, or it's just basically the first hour. Hour or two. An idea for Dead Space RPG: change the metal floor panels to black stone ones and then add light floors for light and various colors. It gets very bright. That's part of the problem, is the amount of brightness. As we're seeing here a bit. Yeah, it's too bright now, but still really neat. I mean, everything we do kind of has a neat vibe to it, you know? But, yes, Dark Hellboy and Shin Banjo did some light floor versions when we were first figuring it all out. I know this is a little bit much, I feel. It's like too bright, too much white. But that's a good idea, and yes, done in a certain way works really well, actually. You are correct. I mean, that's neat. Alright, let's change a few things here. Let's do that. Let's cover our ambient light. And now let's look at it. I mean, it definitely now the whole thing is vibing, you know what I mean? We definitely got some stuff going on. But now I'm feeling we need yeah, this really is. Like, the slightest variant changes the entirety of this thing. It really does. You know, now if we wanted to, we could get stupid again, which I always like getting stupid, you know that. Now, hold on. Downside, we won't be able to get to this. And I screwed up already. But see the triangular shape in there now? We just added that triangular bit. Take care, Wild Bear. Have a great day. Thanks for dropping in today. But now we're too bright again. And then... yeah, and getting at that, forget about it. You're not getting anywhere near it. And if we bring it to the front... So now, yep, and another thing, you know, I mean, and change the color, you're going to get something different, you know, it's, and because these are in the front, they're actually facing backwards, so you have the whole grid, you know, it really, and then it's just non-stop insanity. And then, you know, okay, then we'll add in our skull again, just because. Can we even see it? Yes, we can, and it shows up periodically, which is killer. Let's see what that does. Why the hell not? Yeah, and it makes an appearance every once in a while. And if we were actually to not even put in the other flag in the background. Yeah, see, it's kind of crazy washout, which would be the background, which if we change the color of that to black, then the skull would just appear on occasion. But I can't get at those again, I don't think. Or can I? Yeah. See, but now we made those ones in the back dark. Now we're getting like this other you know, the skull shows up a little bit and disappears, but it's kind of hard to see. But, you know, now we've mixed in the red, the orange of that with the, and then it, like everything we do creates just different craziness. Yeah, it is. It's really... They are hypnotic. They are quite hypnotic. I have found myself like, wait a minute. Like, I'm staring at this one for 10 minutes. There we go. Kill the ambient light, and again, look at how much of a better view we have now without the ambient light in there. And I'm wondering now if we folded over that other angle in there, tightened up the shape, you know, if we added in the other window, you know, where they meet in the V, you know, what kind of look we would get then. All right. As much as I know we all love doing this. No! Shit. Well, screwed now. Not entirely. We are, though. Ready? Watch. But again, it's so easy to put all this stuff back in. Like, it takes no time at all. But what's going to suck is this, because I don't want these. And I screwed myself, so I'm going to now pay the price. But again, this is so easy to put in. And we'll start with the yellow. See, 0 time at all. Which, in this, and this is exactly why I don't like having control of both saves. If I had control over both saves, I could have gone back to my save. You know, not this random auto save that I don't know where it is. And we're right back in business. Look at that. Took no time at all, like I said. Easy, lemon squeezy. Now we'll save. So, again, super easy to fix. Right back where we started. Not a big deal. Although these, we had them as blue, but I'm going to think we're going to do white and try to use the skull to highlight that. Yes, exactly. Just like that. All right. And there you have it. Kaleidoscope. We have been having a lot of fun with these, I gotta say. At least I have been. We've got tons and tons of little things we can do to change these up, play around. I can't wait to see what y'all do with them. I'm sure it's going to be quite fascinating. We're going to throw in one last bit, and then we're going to call it a day, because I've been annoying you folks long enough. Let's see what we can add in just for fun for one more time. Oh. Nope, too high. I don't even know where the hell that went. It's in there somewhere, though. What about this? That'd bring it where? Yeah, no, that's not good. Oh, there we go. That was easy enough. Alright. One more thing. What can we do? What can we do that's crazy enough? I mean, we could grow some plants in here. That would be insane. Can't see the thing anymore, though. Just curious. Just another way to change the center if possible. Although that's locked in there now. There's no way I'm getting to that. You'd have to choose your color ahead of time. Alright. One last funk around. I'm almost out of coffee anyway. I just have too much fun doing this. And even after I stop streaming, I'm still going to be throwing things at it for a few minutes. So now, why not just hang out with y'all and do it? That's much more fun. Alright. So that's that. We're back on that. Da-da-da-da. These are going to get way too bright. That's really bright. Although that'll probably tear that stuff out. Then we got more of these. We get that. These are sort of a good idea, but it gets really bright really quickly. Stickers. Just I can't see if it's done anything, you know. Now it's got to be something behind the window. What does this do behind the window? It brings in kind of a weird dot. So far, the best thing has been the circular flag, the skull. Some of the stuff gets a little too, and we're going to lose the windows with that, aren't we? Watch. I take the window. No? Didn't take the skull either? That's surprising. Alright. You know what? Now we might actually be able to add in this part. That might actually work now. Maybe not. And once it's in there, that thing's in there. Oh no, no. That might work. 1, 2. That purple light I thought would be enough, but nope. That's not doing anything either. I'm not going to be able to pick that out of there either. Alright, we're going to have to reload. My apologies. But while we're here and we are screwed up, let's just do this for ha-has and see what it does. And then we can reload. May not even do anything. It'd get really bright. Since we're going to reload anyway, I figured, what the hell, why not? All right. All right. I think we are sufficiently zoned out on these things. We have definitely realized that there's a lot more potential. And sometimes the simplest, is the best. But other times, getting a little crazier doesn't hurt either. So, we definitely have found some new ways to kind of change things up a little bit. And it's all using the same setup. It's all just a circle, so once you kind of get going with that, it's really just about placing parts in and, seeing what happens. There's a ton of stuff that's, going to look really good, and a ton of stuff that you're going to go, yeah, that was a mistake immediately. But as long as you got a good save, that helps to keep you from losing your mind. And a lot of this, thankfully, there's not a ton of cascade delete, and if your setup is still, you keep your setup right till the end, the circle and your cubes or whatever you use, your light floors, which are less likely to cascade delete, then it's not super difficult to put things back into place. Oh, these don't change color, I forgot. Oh. But having your restore point known and knowing a spot you can go back to and not be overly frustrated with is also a benefit. And just have fun. And, hopefully we'll get some new parts in the future. I was hoping for some sort of New Year's update. I don't know if anyone has any word on that or news on that. But, it would be cool if we did get some sort of, some form of update. Fix some of the building issues, like what I have to do here every time. So, it would be nice. Maybe some new parts would be good. I wouldn't mind that. Maybe, I don't know. As a builder, I would like to see some new parts. I think it would be nice. Oh. Aha. We do have one thing that's missing, don't we? Yes, we do. There it is. Let's add that and then sync up and Thought there was an element missing. Yeah, see? And oddly enough, the light casts enough in there to change some of that coloration. Alright, let's sync that up. We'll save it. Reload our restore point. And again, I want to thank everyone for hanging out today, keeping me company while we were noodling about with this thing. Today is Monday, right? I gotta work tomorrow. No, I might have tomorrow off as well. So I may be doing more of this. But I definitely want to get some Call of Duty in, so check, keep an eye out for that. We're going to do some Call of Duty stuff. So I want to thank you all again, and I got to get somebody in here so I can see some camera stuff with this, and I want to try a 5 times version of this. So until next time, guys, I really hope that everything goes good for you. So this has been me, you know who, Kevin C, wishing you all out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on, get out there, and start building some wild and wacky stuff. Take care, y'all.